think we're good. Hello. Yeah, there it is. Where's that audio coming from? Sorry for the echo. Just getting things set up. We were all set up on Twitch, but for some reason I was having some trouble getting things going on YouTube there. But we should be good now. So yeah, I just have a quick disclaimer there in the chat. Say that I have my music playing on Twitch. I was gonna play like some rain ambience on the YouTube stream, but I feel like it's like I'm not gonna be listening to it. It's just for like other people. Just because I'm not gonna be doing a ton of talking during the actual stream today. We're going to do 25-minute sessions to start with of building, and then we will have the 5-minute breaks. And I think after the first hour, I'll do 50-minute and then 10-minute breaks. But yeah, I feel like most people, like if you want some background noise, you can just have it on your own if you're interested. So that's going to be the setup for today. And yeah, looks like we're good to go. Just going to get the music set up. Start our timer. So yeah, a bit of a different setup today. I'm trying something different. Now, I shouldn't hear this audio on YouTube. I think that is correct. All right. I probably don't want that. Yeah, that's not a very strong connection. Point. This should be fine, right? So yeah, if you're on YouTube, it might be a bit quiet this stream. I was saying when I started, I was thinking about doing like some rain ambience or something for you guys, but the way I see it, if you're interested in having some background noise, you can do that on your own. But for those who are interested in listening to some of the audio that I am listening to, you can go over on Twitch. There will only be ad breaks during the actual breaks. So, say 16 minutes currently until I'll do a small 1 minute 30-second ad. So it's ad-free viewing other than during the break periods, if you are interested. All right. Well, that was a pretty good first little session here. Got a decent chunk of this filled in. And yeah, it's going pretty well, I think. I still have to figure out how exactly I want to go about lighting this up, but I think I'll probably just end up wedging a light in between the border here, and then I can light up this section of the infection. So now that we hit the break, I'm gonna sort of mental reset, take a few minutes, declutter the desk. Even though I literally just started, I'm already sort of having to clean up a bit, which is good, because after that first 25 minutes or so, I figured out exactly what I need to be building with. Hey Isaiah, how's your day going? Bit of an early morning stream for me, or afternoon I should say. But yeah, I'm thinking this is like the one day where I have an opportunity to do like an earlier stream, so I think the later streams will probably resume throughout the week, and then do an early afternoon stream Wednesday in the weekend is probably what I'll end up doing. But yeah, no schedule just yet. Hello, Flappy Smith. Good afternoon to you. Hope you guys are doing well on this Wednesday afternoon. So yeah, I'm gonna be pretty quiet this stream. It's something new that I'm trying out. I'm doing, as you can see from the timers. Oh, I think my Light My Bricks package has just arrived. I just heard my doorbell ring, so if you guys give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. It was not, in fact, my lights. It was some wine my mom ordered, so that's unfortunate. But pretty good, although I haven't really accomplished much today. It's only 9:30 for me. Oh, bright and early for you, I see. Yeah, so hopefully the pomodoro session can inspire a bit of work for the viewers. Following the timers. I think what I'll end up doing is for the next session, or sorry, the next work session here, I'll do another 25 minutes. And yeah, I think for the first 2 hours, the 25-minute sessions with 5-minute breaks is good. And then after that, we'll probably do 50 minutes with 10-minute breaks. But I don't know. It depends if there's a good amount of people in here. I'd like to interact with the chat, so having the 5-minute breaks is nice. So I get like more windows of opportunity to talk to people. But for the most part, we're going to be locked in during the building sessions. And yeah, I encourage you to do the same with whatever it is you're working on. If you're studying, if you're making a Modulex architecture model, whatever that may be. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started up again. 12:34. Oh, hey, Henry. Yeah, it's also 12:35 for me. 12:34, 12:35-ish. Well, I'm good to, or I'm glad you had a chance to stop by. I know my schedule is pretty much non-existent. I'm kind of just streaming whenever I feel like it. But hopefully I'll get something more consistent soon. But go back to the build timer and then update my account real quick. And that feels good, getting the, it's kind of like checking a number off, or a task off a to-do list, adding that number on the build the build counter, sorry. So, it's a nice added bonus. But I gotta get my music back on now. Though you guys can't hear it. If you do want to hear some music, you can go on Twitch to do that. Okay, we're all set. But appreciate you guys hanging out on this Wednesday afternoon.
the same height here? What? Weird. Should be. Oh, I guess not. It's unfortunate. Hey Mark, how you doing? Sir Darian. We're doing a bit of surgery on my build here, so I had a second there to glance over at the chat. So yeah, that is a bit awkward, this angle that I'm working with. Lost a bit of time there, but it is what it is. But do let me know in the chat if you're building alongside me or you're studying. What are you guys up to? Alright, so now we're back at the same height. That was awkward. Hey man, I'm glad you had a second to stop by. I was thinking of limiting my the amount I interact with chat during these build periods, but I don't think it's a huge issue for me. Like if I don't know, if I find that I'm not super productive during the sessions while trying to keep up with chat, I'll refrain from doing so. But there's only a few of you in here, so no, it's actually just the original Hollow Knight game that I'm building from. But yeah, hopefully I'll do a Silksong mock soon. There's a lot that I would like to build from that game, and hopefully in the future I'll get around to that. But for now we're working on a game from the original Hollow Knight game. That is. And we're just working on a brick built shadow here at the moment. I could change that for a 1x2 cheese slip. Connect these. Sand blue, I know. We are, I don't have a ton of it in my collection, but for what I'm doing right now, I pretty much only need like 1x1 tiles and plates. So it's, not too much of an issue, yeah, but normally, yeah, I don't think it's a color people work with all the time, so it's nice to get a more unconventional use out of it here with the brick built shadow, and just general usage outside of that has been a bit less structured. I've kind of just been throwing it in here and there wherever I feel like it looks good. but in this case, I'm trying to make it like brick built lighting or shadowing, I guess. But I'm not really sure why this wasn't lining up correctly with these leaves before. Should be the same angle. Let's try that again. Yeah, it is. So that was strange. 1x1 tiles. Yeah, I got a I'll actually show you. I have this huge bag of them that I've been pulling from for this mock, and they've been really coming in handy. I haven't used, like, I definitely won't ever use the amount that I have in that bag. What is on top of the arch? The trans orange. Oh, so that is a yeah, I actually didn't know what the origin of that part was, but I've been picking them up whenever I can or whenever I see them on Bricklink, because I don't think it's a super common piece. So that's interesting that it was an Ninjago spinner part. I had no idea. Go like that. So having some issues with this limb technique. Things are not lining up correctly, but they should be, I feel like. Is that not the same height? Some weird gaps going on here. I'm not really sure what's happening. Like if I just place this down, I think I'm lower. Yeah, like very slightly. So there's a few other places too. I think I have a couple from the slime mix. Interesting. I was struggling to find a Brooklyn seller that just had a good amount in bulk, or not bulk, I guess, but I think the most that I found was like 8 or so. So I guess it's not a super common part. But I'm not really sure why this won't line up correctly. But because that's, unless I have this section on brackets as well. So yeah, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to use the leaf elements here. Second time I've tried it. But I was like, shouldn't that just be the same? I don't know. But it's nice because they provide actually a lot of stability, I feel like. So I'm trying to use the leaves when I can. But 1x1 tile seems like a great. You have bulk masonry and 1x1 plates and sand blue. Yeah, I have a few of the masonries. Don't think I've ever used them for anything, but yeah, it is a nice color. I'd love to get some more. 1x1 tile is super useful for sure. Yeah, I have those in the 1x1 plates in pretty good quantities. Not really sure why the limb element isn't working here, but yeah, there's some Lego math that I'm just not aware of at the moment as to why that's not working out, but I'm sure I'll find another use case for it. And this bar is like bent, so maybe that'll give me a nice little effect if the bricks that are clipped onto it are like bowing upwards slightly. It might be a nice little added bonus. We'll see. You get to use most of your bulk masonry. Even my recent play mocks haven't used any. Yeah, it's definitely. It's hard to find good use cases for sand blue, I think, to make it look natural. Or like not have it stick out too much. I don't think it's a super easy color to work with. Like I found myself in this mock going back and changing things up, you know, removing some of it, adding more in certain areas. A lot of trial and error, but when it does have when it does fit the mock that you're working on, I think it looks really good. It's just about finding that use case. That makes sense. But I'm completely out of 1x1 bricks and 1x2 bricks in dark bluish gray, sorry. So we are stretched thin on that front, and I'm having to use a lot of my 1x1 plates. So hopefully I can pick some more up, but I obviously don't really need them for this part. Oh, just masonries in general. Yeah. You got like 30 sand blue 1x2 plates and like a pad box of sand blue. Very lopsided collection. Yeah. I think there's it's not too difficult to find on Bricklink if you ever do want to sort of bolster your collection of sand blue. But yeah, I'm not sure how common it is in like sets or ones that are even affordable. It's who's buying sets for parts these days, realistically. I feel like I never have enough of the 1x1x2/3. These pieces are very useful. And that is definitely a part that I would recommend getting in bulk in whatever color you tend to build with a lot. But yeah, sand blue is I'm always on the lookout for, whether it's on Bricklink or, you know, wherever. So let's see how this looks with the rock work. Bit of a tight fit. But yes, it does go down fine. So once this break is up, or once I'm at the break, I will turn the mock around, give us a shot of what we've done so far. And I did a bit of work off camera on this
rock section, so I can talk about that a little bit as well. I didn't really get a chance to clean up my workspace a little bit during that last break because dude coming to my doorstep delivering a package, so we were interrupted. But I'll see to it that we have a workspace that doesn't look like an explosion just occurred. Pieces everywhere. But I'm really not sure what to make of the limb elements not lining up the way I want them to here. Because it should be the same height as my snot pricking brackets. I go like this. But it wasn't lining up correctly before, so let's see what that looks like now. Real quick. All right. Okay. So, I'm gonna turn the mock around real quick and just sort of take inventory of what exactly I've accomplished and see how this is looking. So yeah, the goal is to pull out this gap here that's underneath the rockwork. And I have added a little path in light bluish gray to sort of connect the two areas together instead of just having it be this like random drop off. So you can kind of see if I come from this angle. Yeah, the carriage is kind of in the way, but we've just got some focus, please. But yeah, I just added some tiles here on the rockwork to sort of connect these two areas together. And what's interesting is I approached this section pretty much the opposite from what I was doing on the other side. I had done that completely in dark bluish gray and went back and added these tiles to make like a little pathway. Whereas on this side, I started doing this completely light bluish gray and then went back and added the dark gray. So it's kind of interesting that it worked out that way. It's kind of just due to the parts that I had available. I didn't have much dark bluish gray to work with when I was doing this. So I think on this section, it's kind of like a ruined sort of staircase or like some sort of way to get between the two areas. And I never really made a decision on whether I was going to do a staircase or like rockwork here. So I kind of landed somewhere in between. Looks wonderful. I appreciate that, Sir Darian. Thank you. It's been a long time in the work this project, but I'm hoping to make some progress today. But I think it's a nice little contrast. You have that one section that's a bit more light gray, and then this section that's a bit more dark gray. Connecting the two areas together, it really wants to focus on the arch here. But yeah, making decent progress, I think. So I'm just going to go ahead and tidy up here for the last few minutes that I have on this break. Try to just get the essential parts in front of me only.
end up putting in some of these lights today. I don't have a cable to actually connect it to my like main power hub, but I do have this one dock that I can hopefully find a home for here. I'm not really sure I need 6 connection points for these lights, which is what this offers. Probably only gonna have one light funneled up back to the platform, like maybe 2 lights, and then one here. So this is kind of overkill, but I don't have any other ones that are smaller to work with. So yeah, we might end up putting one of those in. And first mock of mine that I'm actually working on in adding lights. So it's been interesting. It's been a bit of a learning curve, but I think they really add a lot. Okay. So yeah, I can probably just remove the rockwork for now. Looks like no problem. Now that I know I'm set up correctly. And you guys a better angle of what I'm doing here. Also give myself another connection point here for this clip real quick. Or for this bar, I should say. That's better. That other connection was making me a little uncomfy, having that huge gap in the center. Not ideal. You're tempted to get some of those LEDs as well. It's quite expensive, but maybe I don't need dozens. Mostly built to be shoot. Yeah, it's they have a sale going on right now, I think, from Light My Bricks, or maybe it just ended. That's where I got mine. But there are some cheaper alternatives, like the ones that I have here from LMB are definitely more on the higher end. But I like them because they like they're designed with the Lego system in mind. You can kind of fit them in between bricks and do stuff like that, where with other solutions you might not have that option. But I'm sure there are more affordable options if you just want to sort of get your feet wet, test the waters a little bit before breaking the bank. What's this like? Yeah, getting this shadow to look organic has been a little tough. Lighting is always something I've been lacking in my mocks. It's definitely like not necessary. Like I think it's yeah, it's not something that you absolutely need. It's just a nice thing to mess around with, try something different. At least that was the appeal to me. It's just a fun way to experiment with your builds, do something differently. But yeah, definitely not needed. It's really a luxury, I think. And there's a lot you can do in the Lego system, like what I'm doing right now, trying to get like this brick built shadow, try to make some brick built lighting. And it was something I was kind of on the fence about for a while as to whether or not I wanted to incorporate in my mocks, but I've obviously given in since then. So what's the deal here? Am I at the same height if I do this? Looks like it. So I'm not really sure what was going on earlier, but I'm just gonna run with this. Hopefully I don't lose any more time to unforeseen errors. Yeah, honestly, it's it'd be nice to get some sent out for free. I tried getting some lights, or I reached out to the brand Light My Bricks, but there's so many other creators that they're working with, so it's hard to get any freebies. But there was a sale, like I said, recently, but I'm not sure if it's still ongoing. Like, I think it's a lot easier to justify buying parts than like lights if you don't have any in the first place, because I feel like there's just that initial hurdle of like the barrier of entry that you need to sort of get over before it becomes like, okay, I can just buy a couple, and instead of having to get this like whole setup to start off with. Hopefully integrate some fairy lights. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of alternatives to like the specific Lego brand ones for lighting. Like I'm sure you can find some on Amazon for pretty cheap to do a similar thing. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, I look forward to seeing how you expand on that Minecraft mock. I know you've probably got a lot of your, Perlite gray colors tied up in the Robin Hood build. So I'm not sure if that changes anything or if that limits what you were initially wanting to do at all. But I'm not sure how much you were actually incorporating in the mock in the first place, the Minecraft one, that is. Running out of my old gray clips, or the dark old gray ones, that is. And I'm actually just about to wrap up the shadow here, so it's like kind of perfect timing actually. I have like just the right amount to do this. That's a better angle. Didn't realize that it was not ideal viewing. But that should be a bit better for you guys. And move this clip over. Nice. Oh, that would be interesting. I don't think I've seen a ton of pearl gray used in like castle or medieval mocks. I actually think there was one mock that I think recently would have been a good candidate for, like I think it was Jack Bricks, or he's a Rebel Leg member, or he did like a remake of like an older set. It was like a forge or something. And I thought that would have been an interesting use case for some pearl gray. I think it's Jakku, I don't know. I'll have to pull it up later during the break. But yeah, I've been finding myself buying some myself. I feel like there's a lot of potential there, but I haven't really done too much with it just yet, other than the stalactites and stuff like that in my build here. But if you've still got ample silver and pearlite gray parts, I look forward to seeing how you incorporate them in that Minecraft build, man. Because I know you got some unique textures going on. The diorite or granite, whatever. Gravel, I'm not sure what the bricks are specifically. I'm a bit of a rusty Minecraft player myself, so I don't know all the specific bricks. Or blocks, I guess. But this looks like it's fine. Yep. Alright, so that's fitting nice and flush with the rockwork. Just gotta keep checking on it every now and again. Jacob? Yeah, I think that's right. But really cool mock, for sure. I was a huge fan of the trees he had there. Yeah, no, I'm sure you won't, Isaiah. Got a lot to experience working with that color. But yeah, those small little vignette, like medieval builds are always some of my favorites. Like even now I've been really looking for a reason to get back into some classic medieval stuff. But that like armor forge mock again, very nice mock. Or blacksmith, I can't even remember. I know it had a forge, but that was the main concept. But yeah, it looks like this will do it for the shadow once I get these few pieces placed. I think that does it for my old birthday clips. Yeah. So that will have to do. I have one of these guys, but I'm not sure it fits in here. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll find a use for that clip somewhere else. We'll just hold on to it for now. And we'll go with the old gray here. The old light gray instead. And probably just go with the assembly plate, I guess, on the other side. Yeah, the medieval stuff is always really fun. I just feel like there's a ton of Star Wars stuff happening, obviously, because it's the month of May. So I feel like that's where everyone's attention is currently. Not a whole lot going on in the medieval scene, but Summer Joust is coming up. So I'm sure we'll be seeing some more great mocks in the castle/medieval theme soon. Oop. But I think this shadow turned out pretty alright. I can't really incorporate any more dark gray, as I was saying, the old gray, but I'm pretty happy with this. I don't think it really needs any more. I don't love throwing in these curved tunnels here for this, but you heard gray mocks at first, not great. Probably going to be true. Yeah, there's definitely a whole lot of gray here in front of me, at least. But yeah, that's gonna do it for the shadow here, pretty much. Looking at it from the backside, I think it looks really good, but like obviously the carriage itself covers a lot of the ground, so I'm not really sure how obvious it's gonna be in the finished result. But this has been bothering me, this sand blue 1x2, so I'm gonna go ahead and change that. That's better. But yeah, my carriage definitely requires some extra support, but it is standing strong currently, so I'm not too worried for now. But it might need some reinforcement later. And I'm gonna double check what is gonna be even seen here before I waste all my pieces detailing stuff that won't even be seen. So I need one more plate to add onto that brick, it looks like. And we've covered all the ground that's needed. Underneath the rockwork, that is. just follow that line. See if we can get a connection between these two plates. I am running out of the longer bars, which I was using for the top section though. The like flag poles are super useful for this, but I think it's fine to go with another one of these. And I do kind of like how this looks, the 1 by 1 by 2/3 on this piece. Or this bar, rather. It's just a nice little way to mix things up. I did not get enough of these bricks with clips. I'm like already almost out. I still gotta fill in so much more of this upper platform. So looks like I'll be bricklinking some more, but they're fairly inexpensive, so it's not a huge issue. But yeah, this gotta be like some kind of world record for like most clips used in a single mock. Like, this is actually insane, the amount that are in these platforms. But I totally forgot that I have the option of using these 1 by 2 clips as well. I haven't used any this stream, so I should probably start mixing some in. And they're nice and strong, always good connections with these. Doesn't really want to move though. Go like this. I'm gonna mix in some more sand blue as well. gap is way too big. This clip is hard to maneuver with. Good time to take a break. And we're gonna switch to the 50-minute segments, I think now. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of people here, so I'll be happy to lock in for a bit longer. You know, we'll do one more 25-minute session because then I'll have to swap the camera batteries. I think. Yeah, it's about that time. During the break, that's when I'll do it. The next one, that is. I'm gonna get some espresso, so I will be right back. We are back with some refreshments, a little bit of caffeination. Yeah, yeah, so we're gonna have
one more 25-minute session where I'll be
doing some building, and then we're gonna swap to 50 minutes with 10-minute breaks.
I gotta get ready here. Hello, Bobo Bricks. How you doing today? Got a bit more of an EU-friendly time stream today, so good to see you in the chat. Hey Justin, how you doing? Glad you could stop by. Just doing a little bit of building today. How's your day going? But yeah, I will say again, if you guys want some background noise, you can go ahead and open the Twitch link, or maybe I can put on some like ambient rain sounds or something. That's what I was thinking in the first place, but figure if you want some noise like that, you can do that on your own and you're not interested in the Twitch stream. You've been doing good. You bought some more parts today and you're currently watching your girlfriend's dog. Nice. Sounds like a nice little chill afternoon, doing some more sorting, I assume. I appreciate it. Thank you. The build looks awesome. That's great to hear it, man. I just wrapped up this brick built shadow, so we're making progress. Oops, I can't actually put this plate here. My plans will not work. I have to go with the clips. Yeah, I don't have space to use the leaf technique here, so we're going in with the standard snot bricks and brackets with the clips on them. So I've only got, well, I probably will end up extending it to this brick here. Well, you can't really see it in frame, but there's one more stud that I have to work with, but I'm trying to limit that for now. No sorting today. See what you can build. See what I can build her collection. Okay. Alright, man. Yeah. Sounds like you've been doing a lot of sorting recently with all the part acquisitions, so you definitely need a break. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the shadow. It's definitely something that I have a little bit of experience with, but I was hoping to do something a little different than my last attempts. I had a brick built shadow. This is a lot more intentional, I guess. And my previous Hollow Knight build was kind of just, it wasn't really a huge focus, is what I'll say. But this is a little awkward, the spacing here.
probably don't need all these. Just go like this. And then I should be free to go with a bracket over here. This is so I need to go up half a plate there, but I don't have a ton of space to do it. And I also want I guess I can just make this a bit bigger and then not have to fill in that gap. Yeah, I haven't been doing I'm assuming you're getting a lot of those parts from like thrift stores or secondhand stores like I think Once Upon a Child is one of them. I have one near me, but I never go there. So I should probably check it out, see if there's anything worth picking up. Because I don't hate doing the bulk lots or like just random like pieces that you can find at thrift stores. But it's nice because a lot of times they're pretty cheap. You just get like a little bag of parts. It's like that novelty where you don't really know exactly what you're getting, which is nice. You know, maybe you find a piece that fits a mock that you're working on that you didn't, you know, expect to get a use out of or something. Whereas, you know, hand picking specific parts for a build. Like one thing I'm trying to be a bit more resourceful with the parts that I have in my collection. I've been saying this like every single stream, but I try not to order too many parts where I don't have to. Basically, is the point. But I think with bulk lots, it's a bit more reasonable to you know, buy here and there. See if you can find a diamond in the rough. But sorting them is definitely a challenge, because you know, when you have free time, you want to be spending that time building, right? Not sorting. But you know, it can be therapeutic. It can be relaxing. Not my favorite thing, but it's a necessary evil if you're a mock builder. But that sorts out that angle there, which was a little tricky. This section is going to be a little awkward to build up from, but should be alright. Use our snot bricks and brackets, and we should be good to go. I'm going to turn up my music a little bit. You guys won't hear it on YouTube, but if you are in the Twitch stream, I've had the Hollow Knight ambience playing throughout each build session. But unfortunately, I can't have that playing on the YouTube stream, or else the VOD will probably get muted or copyrighted. Which is not ideal. Yeah, not ideal. Don't really want that for people who go back and watch the VOD. Yeah, I can probably go with one here. have the snot bricks with stud on each side, or adjacent, I guess you'd say, which seems like a good use case here. Yeah, that's perfect. I wish I could just slap a plate on top of this, but I can't because I need the height to be specifically at this half plate offset for this technique to work. But how much do I need to detail here? So just where that stud is on the bracket, it looks like the dark blade bracket. The dark blade bracket, yeah, that's what I just said. The dark gray black bracket. Words are hard. Ideally, this would be a bit longer of a bar. I'm not sure if I have a great candidate for that. Or, you know what? This is a good... There's a 1 by 1 by 2/3 using the same technique right in front of it, but maybe I can do something a little different. I was going to do that exact technique because it allows me to get a nice little... additional bit of space filled. I don't know, I kind of like it. It looks like there's like a few rocks or something here. But I could go with like a hollow stud. Connect it there if I want to do some infection or something. Or maybe, yeah, I just go with like a dark gray stud instead. If I have any in the hollow stud variant. Looks like I do. And then I'll just extend this a little bit. But yeah, nice use case for this, like, I don't know what you would call this bar with the small point sticking off of it, but it works pretty well here for what I'm doing. I just need to throw something beneath it. I think I can get away with that. Just so it doesn't cave in. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, we've been able to use some pretty interesting techniques here throughout this process. I've got the limb technique or leaf technique to use the nipple plates to get the half plate gap, which is interesting, and then this bar technique. So those are two things that I've never really used before. So nice to sort of add those techniques to my toolbox. And yeah, just something I learned throughout this process. And something that I really want to do before I take this mock apart, whenever I do finish it, is sort of go back and do like a video of me tearing it down, so I really go through and see each technique, or at least have it on camera for each section of the mock, and instead of having it just, instead of likely forgetting everything that I did in this mock, you know, take some time to really unpack each section. You know, stuff that you wouldn't see in the finished result, but the you know, underlying structure. So that's a bit of an awkward gap. Yeah, we're just kind of chilling. Another day of the stonework. Hopefully this will be the last day, but I'm not sure that's going to be possible. We'll see how far we get. I think that's fine. Yep. All the ground has been covered for the rock work. I still need to turn my light off. Put it back. Trying to use as many of these 1x2 clips as I can, and I was kind of neglecting them at the start of this stream, but I think it's okay, even if I have a lot more of them in this back section than the front. Wow, that clip is... Oh, this thing is like totally destroyed. This poor clip piece, it has seen better days. I don't know if you can tell, but it is very, very smushed. Luckily, I do have a bulk amount of them that I found on the pab wall a while back, so no worries if a few of them have some battle scars. think here I will go with something a little bit different. That instead. And now we can go with one more bar, and that will finish up this section, looks like. Yeah, decent progress so far. We're about to finish this small platform. And I was hoping to get some decent progress on the upper platform as well, but I'm still waiting on maybe light my bricks to order. So I'm just going to have to build around the existing lighting that I have. Need to carve out a little space that I can remove to access my lights, so that's really the biggest challenge for the other platform, which we'll be getting to shortly after the break. So it looks like I'm about to wrap this up down here. It just barely doesn't fit. It's unfortunate. So I'll just go with a snot brick there, I guess, instead of this 1x2. But yeah, when you inspired me to get more of those clip parts in the leaves, man. Yeah, I think, well, I'm glad to hear that. I have used so many clips in this mock. I was saying earlier, like, it has to be like some kind of record, like most used in a mock or something. But, yeah, the leaf tech I have been using here in substitute of some snot bricks and brackets just because I've been running low, and it's a nice way to get like another use out of a part that you wouldn't normally use as like structure or like purely for its functionality like that. Like it's more of a form piece rather than function, right? You use it for like leaves on trees typically, but getting the half plate gap is a nice added bonus for when you don't want to use so many clips or snot bricks, I should say, sorry, and brackets. But that's going to do it for this corner, it looks like. I mean, I think that's about done. Let's just get the rock work back here, and then I'll turn the mock around, give us a little update of what we've done. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're seeing what I'm doing, drawing some inspiration. It's kind of hard for me to get a good angle. Let me zoom in a little bit. It really wants to focus on the carriage, but we got this platform basically finished. Might go back and add some more of the like infection, but the idea is the shadow is being cast because the infection here, which will be lit up whenever I do get the additional cable to hook up things a bit better, or
connect it to my main power source, I should say. That's really the only the only roadblock right now is like I have the lights to light this up, but I don't have a way to power it at the moment. So I'm kind of just putting that off for now. But it looks like my timer is about to go off, so I'll take a little break. Stretch my legs a little bit, because it looks like my battery should be dying shortly. So during this break, I'm gonna go ahead and switch my batteries real quick. So I'm gonna go ahead and I wish I could just pause the feed. Maybe I'll just throw up an image real quick. Browse, throw up the thumbnail that I was using. So I'm just gonna have that overlaid while we swap the batteries real quick. I don't want it that high though. There we go. All right, so I just gotta swap these batteries real quick while we're at the break. Okay, that's good. But it's actually a good image to have up because you can see I've filled in that gap on the left side there toward the back corner, back left of the platform, that is. So that's, once I get the camera back on, you will see the progress we have made since that image was taken. All right, should be good. Oh, doesn't want to detect the camera. Hang on. There we go. So yeah, we filled in that entire back section. I'm just using the autofocus on my camera, so it's not really showing what I want to see, or focusing on what I want to see, unfortunately. But yeah, you can kind of see there. I've got this sort of pathway that I've put into the rock, and it's sort of leading down to this platform that we have just filled out. And if I put the border back on, kind of get an idea of how this will look. Not sure if that's pushed down all the way, but I'm going to take it right off anyways. So it's a nice little corner, little platform. Change the elevation up a little bit. I would like to get one more little I guess, piece of this pathway, but I was kind of struggling to figure out a good way to implement it. Because I really like this sort of transition in the rock work. I don't really know if I want to rework that to get another stone there, another light gray stone for that pathway or staircase. But I don't know, I might revisit that. But for now, we're going to leave it as is, because I'm pretty happy with that. And we're going to move on to the top part of this mock, but I'm gonna make sure that my Light My Bricks order hasn't actually arrived, and I don't know it real quick. Or check if it has, rather. Does not seem to have arrived yet. But yeah, it has not arrived, so you hate to see it. But we'll be shifting our focus here to the topmost platform. Oh yeah, and I said I was going to change the timer here. But that would mess up my timer, or my counter rather, so I'm just going to keep it at 25 minutes for now. And maybe next stream we'll do 50-minute on, 10-minute off instead. Okay, that's better. So, the current task at hand is to fill in this gap of the platform, but leave space or carve out a little section to where I can get or access later. That is, so I can go ahead and plug another cable into this. But I think it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Should be all right. See, I'm just trying to think of the best way to do that. It's probably just not enforcing or reinforcing this. Like I'll probably have another leaf piece here and then just have a plate here without anything beneath it holding it up, or maybe just one small pillar that I can just remove that holds it up. So let's see what we can do. So yeah, that's probably best. Just go along here. You have to head out. Have a great rest of the stream. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Henry. I hope you have a good rest of your day as well. We're making some good progress today. But yeah, it should be another stream sometime soon. So I'd love to catch you then. Take it easy.
probably get another one of these cones down there. Please, or maybe not. Oh, that works. Perfect. Yeah, my worry is like one of these cables will be unplugged through the time or during the time that I transport this mock. So I'm trying to cut out a little sort of piece that I can remove and not have it be just something that I have to cover up entirely and won't be able to access later. But it's a little tricky trying to figure out the best way to do it. Alright, well that's decent, I guess. And then, yeah, it's probably best that I don't connect these two. So later I can just remove this brick. Oops. And the other one next to it. And then access the that area with the cables. So, yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. It takes up just the right amount of space there. I actually think this snot brick should be reversed. I think it's easier for me to access it if I have it closer on that side. Like that. Just move this a little bit forward. trying to get as much real estate or as much use out of these 1x2 clips because I've run out of the 1x1 bricks with the clips, and those were like a great way to cover a lot of ground with just one piece. So now I'm having to use a lot of my 1x1 plates, which isn't ideal. So trying to just work with what I have and not order more of those clips, because I like by the time this mock is over, like the amount of clips that are going to be in my collection is just going to be absurd. So I don't really want to add more. I want to just make use of what I have. We can probably do something different there. But for now, this is fine. Oops, I want to reverse that. It's always awkward if you have these clips in this direction next to each other because they don't really cover the same amount of space that the opposite clips do. So I try to avoid that. It's probably something I should do here if possible, but yeah, I can probably swap that out for a different clip. Yeah, that's fine. Not ideal, but it's fine. Let me drink some more water. I think we can probably get a nice little 1x2 tile here. We're really just trying to get as much ground covered as possible with the least amount of parts. Oops, that is not what I wanted. Just shifted that whole bar when I was just trying to move this one clip, but I don't think I can do that. So that's just going to be the gap that we have, which is fine. We want little gaps here and there for that extra bit of realism. Make this look like actual stonework, not just Lego pieces. And seems like a good opportunity to go with a little round tile. And I will also do the same in this corner, I think. Not like that. please. Or, oh, I need a round stud or something. There's a little bit of that leaf piece sticking out. That's better. Could be nice to have another medium rock or infection clump in this area if you're not already planning to do so. Yeah, I think that's not a bad shout. I was thinking of having one of the another one of the round infections here, because in the game, or like the clusters of infection, whatever you want to call it, like in the game they have like the archers that will be here. There's infection that's like sort of I don't know, just placed beneath these arches, and it kind of wraps around it. So I was thinking of having one here, more towards the backside. So I think we'll probably have one around where this leaf piece is, or maybe more towards the right, because I think, yeah, it's going to be right about here, the arch, something like that. So maybe I'll sort of have a bit of a trail that leads to this area of the infection. And that way it's sort of all connected. It's going, you know, from this cluster, it kind of goes down and around and then back to the one in the front. And then I'll have it also connect back to here where I'll have the arch. So that's a good shout. And I do have lights as well to light it up. But yeah, I agree. This is pretty plain right now, the stonework. So it would be nice to break things up a little bit with some more infection in that area. Yeah, we are definitely running low on clips, so that's a good point. Oh, that bar is stuck. Is that not the same height? Yeah, it is. Just a little bit awkward. But yeah, you guys can get a better idea of what we've been doing here. We've got the snot brick with the bracket, and then the limb or leaf element. You can't actually see it, but where the gold studs are is what you see here, the leaf element with the nipple plates. So that's actually the same angle. We're getting the half plate gap that you achieved with the snot brick thing. So just thought I'd point that out for like the 17th time over the last 3 streams or so. But it's a useful technique, man. I will die on this hill that this technique is worth knowing about. Yeah, pass on the knowledge, get some value from watching my stream. So this is a good opportunity to change that for a snot brick. And fits like a glove. Yeah, that's very nice, satisfying. But man, the last time I received a shipment from this place, Canpar is the people shipping this. They got it to me by 12:30 when they said it was supposed to be delivered that day, and no, I don't even have any updates on where it's at today. But I was expecting to get the lights during this stream, so it's unfortunate. Been super long since you've played the OG Hollow Knight, and honestly, it's hard to go back to after playing the newer sequel, Silksong, just because like the gameplay, it's just kind of building on what Hollow Knight was and expanding or refining it. So like it's kind of hard to go back. I can understand if that's part of the equation in your case, but I tried doing the it was like one of the speedrun achievements where you go through and beat the Hollow Knight in like a few hours or something, and that was fun because it's not as difficult as Silksong, so it's I think it's a lot more achievable than the speedrun achievement for that game, at least, is what I'll say. Yeah, the schmovement on Silksong is crazy. Very fluid, I agree. I need some bigger plates here. So now, this is kind of what I was saying, have something that allows me to access these docks later, and a longer plate might not be a bad idea. But yeah, this is really becoming a headache, but as long as I can, remove these sections, it's fine. It doesn't have to be like a, perfect solution. I just need to be able to remove what's here, really. So, let's see what we can come up with. Yeah, that's a nice little connection. So I'll just leave it open for now. Or do I just go with a really long plate? Like one of these guys. Oh, that's too long. So that fits just right. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. So I can easily just remove this plate and access down there later. So I think we will go with this. Just add one more on top, I guess. We got the heckin' chonker plates. What are these, 2x12? 4, 8, 12? Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna be a half plate above that, which is correct. So I'll probably just do like a stud here or something, like a brick. Or wait a minute, I guess I should just build this up by a plate first. Yeah, that's probably ideal. And then do the same assembly. Since I've just got bricks beneath it, but that is going to bring us to the break. But the, yeah, it's good that I have a plan and I can sort of clean up, mental reset, take a few minutes, clean up my space, say what's up to the fellow chatters. Hope you are all getting some work done. I feel like we've been pretty productive this stream. At least compared to last stream, that is. I feel like I've already gotten more done. But I think this is good. I like the pomodoro time dedicated to building and then taking a break. I think it works well for me. So let me know what you think in the comments. But yeah, the breaks, they really encourage me to clean up my space a little bit, mental reset. Instead of, like, I know there's times when you're building or doing anything, you get in that, like, flow state, where you go, like, for hours at a time, no breaks, and that can be good. I think for me especially, the breaks are good. I mean, I would consider doing, like, 50-minute long sessions and then 10-minute break. But for today, we decided to do 25-minute sessions and then 5-minute breaks. I'm gonna run ads on Twitch even though there's nobody there. So but yeah, I missed you, or a question before was, have I played either game recently of the Hollow Knights? And I've been logging on to capture some reference images of this game, and I don't know, every time I try to play one of the games, I try to do the, like, achievements, the speed runs. So I'll hop on like a weekend, play like a few hours or so, end up dying because I'm playing Steel Soul and going for the speed runs, and I'll kind of just leave it at that. Maybe I come back a week later or so. But yeah, mostly I've just been going in the games to take some reference pictures. Yeah, it's a good time. I still really enjoy the original Hollow Knight, but like I was saying before, the Silk Song movement, it's hard to beat. It's hard to go back. Break's almost up. But we've got a good plan here. Once this break is done, I'm going to go ahead and lay a few plates down here. 2 plates, it looks like, is ideal. And then we've got the 2x16 plates that can cover up the gap that I need to fill. And it should be easy to remove and access the docks later if I need to. But yeah, the Hollow Knight games, it's a good time. It's the original. I do think if you're not doing like a challenge run or going for the achievements, I think it's a nice sort of cozy game, even though it is, difficult at some points. I think you can kind of just, throw it on late night and have a good time, not stress too much. Whereas Silk Song, it's like a fully locked in at every second endeavor. I wouldn't call Silk Song a very chill game. It's definitely got some of the Souls-like elements, more so than the Hollow Knight game. The original, that is. But yeah, we're about to get back into it. Change my count. It makes 5 sessions. But yeah, just adding that number to the build count, it's, I don't know, makes my brain, makes me feel like I'm I was saying earlier, it kind of is the equivalent of like checking a task off
on like a checklist. So I don't know. Kind of helps me a little bit.
Would recommend trying this out for yourself. I know a lot of people use the pomodoro for like studying.
And that's kind of where I saw it. I'd done so myself previously, but for building, it's I think it's a good way to keep focus. I mean, you obviously don't have to go for 4 hours like I'm doing. Most people won't be able to do that, but I have some time today, so. Hollow Knight is pretty easy other than a handful of bosses. Yeah, I agree. I struggled though with, I think it was Nightmare King Grim was probably one of the harder bosses for me. And I never beat the final Pantheon either, because that's just like a crazy time. Like, it's like a war of you just have to beat every single boss or whatever, and that just takes so long. So I did most of the Pantheons, but yeah, I think Nightmare King Grim, probably one of my favorites and the most difficult I found. Can I afford to do this if I go with the leaves here? I'm not really sure if this is ideal or not. If I laid these plates down like this, I have to go like that, I guess. It should be fine. Just those 2 connection points I think is alright. What looks like I'm higher than I should be. Where am I? Yes, okay, it's just 1 plate. You don't know if you ever got to finish beating Nightmare King Grim, barely touched the Pantheons? Yeah, I think it was one thing I did, like, after I got there, or to the Pantheons, the Hall of Gods or whatever, I just grinded them out that one night that I did it, and then never did them again. Can I fit another one there? No. Oh, I can. Perfect. So probably want to... Yeah, I guess I don't have any other option. Just put it there. But this works out well. The bosses are fun, but exploring is your favorite part of both games. Yeah, I agree. I think the yeah, it's just nice to see like the artwork, like how much time was put into all the assets in the game. It's all hand drawn, so exploring is definitely one of the main appeals for most people, I think. Seeing all the artwork and stuff. I could even go with this here. Longer plate, looks like. Might be ideal. But yeah, we're making decent progress here. It's actually too high though. Let me bring this down a little bit. Got my elusive green brick separator. How many of you got these? Got one of these? Let me know. I think this was in one parts pack.
And I don't know. Actually, I don't know. It's maybe a Morses, but I know it's not the most common brick separator. So it's like my brick separator of choice for that reason. Okay. So I feel like I should be able to remove this assembly pretty easily if I need to. Which is really the goal here. Oh, oops, that's a plate too high. Right? Oh no, that was right. Looks like. Yes. So if I ever need to get in there, I can just take this snot brick and it comes off pretty easily. Only got the green version of the old mold. Ooh. Man, I don't have one of those. And I feel like they have... I don't know if there's like some uses that you can get out of that one that you can't with the newer brick separator, or I would assume they would have only improved rather than, you know, losing features with the newer version. But I feel like I've seen videos talking about specific niches that the old ones are good for, but I'm not sure. That's kind of awkward. 1x5 gap. Not ideal to work with. Actually, I think I do have maybe some of it. Yes, I do. 1x5 plate in medium nugget. Medium nugget. I think it's a bit better for removing stuck together plates. Interesting. I know it's got a much bigger profile, so it's good for people with the chonky hands like myself. But yeah, I don't know. I'd like to grab one just for the sake of having it. So yeah, next time I come across one on Bricklink, maybe I'll snag it. But that's interesting. Actually, it's probably ideal to go with a snot brick with the studs on both sides here. Right? Or I could just go with a bigger bracket, yeah. Find myself not using these 2x2 brackets enough. So whenever I can get a use for them, I think I will try to. But yeah, it's still easy for me to just remove this big plate, and I can do the same with the one behind it. So we're carving out a nice little hole that I can access later. so not having a connection point there is a little sus, but out for this back one, but it's pretty strong on this side. And we don't really need this to be too strong. Like ideally it's a little bit on the weaker side so I can access the area underneath without too much trouble. As I have repeatedly said. But yeah, so I was saying before that I'd like to have some more infection sort of spreading to this area. So we'll do like a small continuation because I'm planning, or I guess maybe I should start thinking about how to place one of those down now. So let me grab the larger sphere trans orange pieces. Hey, Sir Darian. Good to see you back in the stream. We are indeed making good progress. We finished the lower platform. But yeah, these pieces are like a big headache to try to implement cleanly. Like how I did in the one up front here. I've got it lined up with the 45-degree slopes, and I'm not sure I really want to go through and do that again because that's going to take a while to figure out how to get the angles correct. So I might just have this one like slightly above ground instead of having the slopes lining it up perfectly. But I mean, let's just see what I can do here. Spend like 10 minutes here trying to see how difficult it would be to make that happen. But it's tough because like I don't have a ton of connection points to work with. Or at least having yeah, you'll see. This isn't the easiest thing in the world. But I mean, I've got a nice little flat space to work with, but the issue would be if I have to have pieces connecting to both of these plates, it might be going against what I'm trying to achieve here, which is plates that I can easily remove. But let's see what we can cook up. I mean, I'm already a half plate above if I have to build off of this, right? Or am I at the same level as what's behind it? So yeah, that's half plate up. So everything would have to be on brackets for this assembly. Or the leaf elements, of course. But I don't think just having this one above ground is like the biggest issue. But obviously I do like how that looks there. So if I just slot this in, say like there, that's a little too low, so we would want a few more of these round plates. But I think I probably will just end up having this one slightly above ground instead of having it line up perfectly. But we'll see what this looks like and how difficult it'll be to implement if I decide to go the other way. Because that is right here at like the perfect level. And this would mean I have to go with slopes like this or the tiles with cutout, which I do have a few of. right? Like these work fine here. But the issue is I'm going to have this rail plate assembly mirrored on this other side. So yeah, that is kind of a problem. I mean, I could go with like a radar dish or something smaller. Gotta head out, but good luck on the rest of the building today. Hey man, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it, Isaiah. Well, hopefully. Why is there a sausage alone in the back? Oh, back here? So that's sort of what I'm using as the plants in this model. Yeah, it's meant to be grass. I think it's a pretty close color to what's in the game. It's this like medium nougat looking grass. So I wanted to incorporate that a little bit in the mock here. But I wonder if I can tweak this a little bit to incorporate one of these larger spheres. Because I think the clips are kind of ideal to work with, like the bars and clips for this kind of assembly. But yeah, I definitely can't have it here. I would have to move these back to do this. If I like remove that. Let's see what we can do here. Do a little bit of surgery. Might look like we're moving backwards, but I mean, we are if I want to incorporate something like this. It's going to require us to take a few steps backward. But if I can get, what is it? Tile with the cutout here. See, I can't even really get that one there either. So this is kind of difficult. So I think I may just have to stick with what I have here, unfortunately, and then use something else to make up the infection. Or just have it above ground completely. Which is probably what I'll end up doing. Because this is pretty late in the game to be, you know, moving all this stuff or going and taking all this up just to get this in. But I think it's fine if, like, I could kind of have it connect to the infection here. So I think we'll just go above ground for this one. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of just spent 5 minutes there just thinking about how I could do this and made the executive decision that it's going to be too much of a headache. So we're just going to have it slightly above ground instead. So it'll probably be, we say right about there, I guess. Music on Twitch is maybe a bit too loud. Oh, is it? Okay. Good to know. Yeah, I haven't had too many Twitch viewers. So you are the first to inform me. So I appreciate that. But yeah, I can't have the it's the Hollow Knight OSTs that I'm playing. They're the on-screen themes. So obviously I can't have that playing on the YouTube stream, or might get muted or copyrighted or whatever. So we are limited to that on Twitch, unfortunately. But yeah, I appreciate you for letting me know.
just turned it down a little bit. Let's go like that. Should be a bit better. Okay. And if I have that, let me just make sure that the rail plates line up without this being in the way. So if I have like, yeah, okay. So that's fine. Got a nice little bit of space to work with. And I think that is where they will be in the end, right? At this spot. 3, and then we'll have 2 more like that. So something like this. I think that lines up. It's kind of hard for me to tell. But yeah, I wanted to have this like subtle, these rail plates are half plate above the stonework here, and it kind of creates this like little path that I've outlined, or like makes a path for the stonework. It's this like nice little outline. Let me just make sure that's lined up correctly. If I go with like a brick across here. So I think these actually need to be forward slightly. It looks like. It's kind of hard to tell. Need a bigger brick to test. What are you using to film, by the way, camera or phone? I am using a Canon EOS R100. It's just mounted on a tripod. Hopefully it looks good on your end. But yeah, I think that does line up correctly. If I remember this. Can't connect it, but it looks like it's at the same point. So yeah, it's kind of hard to get these rail plates to sort of have this pattern look, or like obviously you don't have a corner rail plate. I wish that piece existed. That would be super useful here. But because it doesn't, I'm having to do something a bit weird and have the sort of lip of the grill plate, or the rail plate, sorry, break here. But that's why I have the spear and the round tile here in front of it. So it's been a bit tricky to work around. But I think this looks good. And it's good to know that I can bring this back slightly if I want to. I think, right? Can I go a full stud? It looks like I have to put this on a jumper if I wanted to do that. Let's see. And there's my alarm. So, little break. And it's a good time for me to kind of take inventory of what I'm planning here. Because I think
I've got everything lined up correctly now. It's just a matter of figuring out how I want to proceed. Yeah, I would like to get this to line up in the ground like I have in the front, but I think this is probably just a lot more realistic. Oh, I must have knocked my camera slightly out of frame. Sorry about that. But yeah, probably got one or two more of these sessions to go for. I think we should be able to fill in a decent amount of this by the end of the stream. But yeah, it just took me a while to figure out how exactly I wanted to go about this. So that last 25 minutes probably wasn't the most productive one out of the, what is it, 5 or 6 sessions we've had so far. But yeah, sometimes you just gotta take a step back, figure out how you want to proceed. And I think I have a pretty good idea of what I want to do here. It's just about whether or not I can execute it. But that placement is not going to work. I'm going to need this to be right here, it seems like. So. I know this is technically my break, but I just want to get this set up the way I can focus on building around it once we get back into it after the break. So it's going to be something like this, I think. Yeah, that lines up pretty well. And it's not too close. Like, I wanted to make sure it doesn't, if I zoom out a bit here, you can kind of see the infection. I'm using the same piece there. So I wanted these to be, like, I didn't want them to line up. I wanted there to be a bit of a gap between them horizontally. Obviously, there's a ton of space from where it is down there and here. But yeah, I should be able to build around that pretty easily. I don't know if I'll need to use the bars and clips here. I can probably just fill that in with like basic brick and plates. So yeah, let's see what we can do here. Get my camera set up a bit better. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bit more of a higher angle here. And then drop the tripod down a little bit. Okay, that is so loud. Alright, I will fix the camera in a moment, just adding the build count. can't tell if we're crooked. That should be fine. I know, rookie streamer. We're trying our best. But yeah, so I'm going to remove these for now that I know this fits fine. And try to build around this little thing of infection we got here. I think I had it right there, right? Just double check that fits. Should be right about there. Yes, okay. So, just gotta add some light gray or dark gray below it, and that will solve that. See if I can get away with just using a 1x4 tile here. Well, actually, I'll need those to be on brackets, it looks like. Get that half plate gap to line up. So just a little bit of surgery there. Like this. Then I can go like that. That should be fine. I don't hate the idea of just having some more dark bluish gray in this corner instead of continuing the light gray, because it's kind of like this part is being chipped away at and it's you know, ruined. But is that too high? I think it is. Yeah, that was what I was just fixing. So go with another bracket like this. And I lose... No, I don't lose anything. I thought I wasn't going to have another connection point here, but that's fine. And then I can go with like one of these. Just keep it simple here, because you're not going to see all that anyways. I actually might be a half plate too high, so I think this cylinder is, yeah, half plate high actually. Or am I wrong? Let's test. Oh, I got that snot brick there. So yeah, I just want to make sure this isn't, there's not a gap that's too noticeable. But does this work if I go like that? So I think I just need another connection point. So I can't connect it like that. But it's just kind of resting on top, and that fits correctly. Well, I'm not sure that was a huge improvement anyways. So it might just be better to deal with that small gap. So I'm going to turn it around, give you guys a better idea of what I'm talking about. Once I go back to this setup. Yikes. But yeah, so that connects. If I turn it around. Ooh. You can see it's... I think that's about as good as I'm going to get there. Doesn't look like there's a huge gap or anything. I think that's, yeah, about right. There might be like a small gap, like on this side it looks like. But I'm not sure if I can get it any cleaner than that. And this gives me a reason to clean up these studs a little bit, put some more trans orange tiles, or maybe like a round stud. Maybe one of those, and then like a round tile. If I can find one. Yeah, I have a bunch of the 1x1 round tiles, but they are hiding from me at the moment. So I'm just going to go with a stud instead. I'm not sure why I put those last, but for now this is okay. I'm not sure I'm crazy about the bulb in the back here. I think that's all right. Like ideally it would be this round stud and then like a round tile in front of it. cannot seem to find them. So maybe I just grab one from another part of the mock and put it there just to see for now. Yikes. Yeah, I have one of the like trans orange snake pieces that you have that you can see here that I could also use. I just don't know where that bag is that has my round tiles and that piece that I was just mentioning. But anyways, doesn't look like I can do that just this second, but there is another piece that I could swap out down here. I could say with this guy maybe. Oh, you can't see that. I think that's okay. But that's how it's looking from the front. Probably go ahead and turn it back around now. Unless... Sorry about that. My camera, or my tripod, was stuck against my chair, so I couldn't get it exactly where I was hoping. There we go. It's a little bit better. But yeah, it's kind of difficult for me to move this back and forth, like this mock, and get it at a good spot. If I have to keep moving the like whole tripod, right? But that should be a little better. looks good. Yeah, it looks like I just have to tweak the placement of this slightly, or how I'm connecting it, but that's something I can do later. For now, I just want to fill in this space, if possible. Go back to our standard bar and clip building. That is not ideal. Nice. So hopefully this isn't too much of a headache if I need to remove it at any point, like this plate that is. Looks like this assembly is sort of connecting these two. But it seems like if I just remove where the infection is, like that snot brick, which is connecting the two plates together, it should come apart pretty easily so I can access beneath here. Like, yeah, that's pretty reasonable, I think. If I ever need to get at my LEDs there. But yeah, we are gonna light up this guy as well. And what's in front of it here eventually. I can take off pretty much this entire wall and have easy access to it. So that should be nice bit of a nice added bonus, I guess, to light up the infection a little bit, make it a bit more in sync with the rest of the infection that I have lit up everywhere else, which I don't think I've turned on for this stream. So maybe I'll do that before we wrap things up. After the next session, that is. It's probably a better way to do that. So yeah, this might look like a pretty flimsy connection, but that is kind of intentional. This plate isn't held on by too much, so I can access it later. But yeah, looks like, yeah, okay, we are at the same height, so I don't need to put this there. A little bit of backtracking, trial and error, but I think that's fine. A little bit higher, looks like. I don't even know. It's a weird angle. Yeah, half plate higher, it looks like. So I could fix that and just go with a bracket. But I wouldn't be able to do this not brick. Oh, another bracket would make sense here. Where are my brackets? One by one brackets. Here we go. Go up by the plate, and that solves that. So, probably didn't look like we got a ton done, but we've got this nice little line that fits together pretty nicely. I will probably add some sand blue here. The only thing to consider is maybe if I want to shift the infection in the back here slightly over to the right, maybe. If it's like too close to the edge or what, but I think that's fine where it is. Like, it's, yeah, I wouldn't want it too much to the right because it's sort of like nice spacing where I have this one in the front, and then we have the sign slightly to the left, and then further beyond we have the larger infection round situation here as well. So I think that's pretty good. But let me know what you guys think. We can zoom in a little bit. And I should probably try to connect some more trans orange to the sort of trail that I have created there in between the two areas. It kind of just stops here when I would probably like it to be connected. So we'll tweak that a little bit. But that's looking pretty good so far. We're almost done with this platform, which has taken me a long time to get to this point. So that's positive. And I can show off the mender bug as well real quick. Where he will be. Right about there. Hammering away at the sign. Mending that post as he does. Lighting's not super great though, hang on. So you can get a better look at him. So that is going to be the placement, but it's not like he's connected. So I can't just have him there while I'm working, unfortunately. But aside from what we're working on up top here, to recap what we were doing earlier in the stream, we had finished off this lower section of the platform. My camera really wants to focus on what's in front, but we took care of all of this groundwork. So, pretty productive session. Just gonna see whatever I can get done in the last 25 minutes or so on the top platform. But pretty happy with the progress today. Okay. yeah, saying before the break, maybe I can get some sand blue in here. So we'll see. I don't really see a great way to go about that, other than like right here, which I think we can do. Let's try that. So yeah, this will be reinforced later, but for now this is all I need, just to have this hanging off and connect it only on the one side here, so I can easily remove it and access what's beneath as needed. So yeah, I'll probably want to get a little bit of infection detail here. So maybe let's try to work some of that in. The trans orange, that is. I'll add more behind it. Or actually, it's probably best to go like this. No, actually, that's fine, yeah. And then means I can get a clip beneath that area. So we'll go ahead and remove that real quick. think that I had it like that, right? Yeah. Okay. Actually, let's go like further this way. And then we can add just some plates here in trans orange. And now we can go ahead and add another bar. Nice. All right, Bobo Burks, I appreciate you hanging out, man. Thanks a lot. Was some good building today. We got about 15 minutes left, so I'm hoping to fill out what's left of this platform. But yeah, hopefully another earlier stream sometime this weekend. Don't think I'll have too much time to do it during the week. So yeah, hopefully we'll catch you then. Take it easy. wonder if I can get a Thor hammer in there. That would be nice. Don't think I have the space to do it how I would want to, though, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh. How do I want to do this? is gonna do it. Hit our 8th session. So we hit our goal today. And I guess I should do one last showcase of the build. Where's that? Alright, that's not bad. We are crooked though, as usual. Okay, that's about as good as I'm gonna get it, I think. So I'll go ahead and plug the lights in real quick. And yeah. Tweak the lighting on my camera maybe a little bit. Actually, that's pretty good right there. So that is where we leave off today. Oops. Oh, it just doesn't want to stay. Alright, well, whatever. You can see most of the build there. And, yeah, pretty happy with the progress. But, I think that's about as good as a shot as I can get for what we did. Those back platforms. You can see most of it there. But yeah, thanks everyone who stopped by for the stream today. I think that's what we're gonna call it. No schedule just yet, but hope to see you guys whenever we start streaming again. Have a good rest of your day.